Hello, everybody. We are live with some Dungeons and Dragons for you this Monday evening. It is a company of fools. Let me get the Foundry map up here. Bam. There we are. It's been since Wednesday since we've seen all of you, so let's do some announcements. We've hit the 50 subscriber mark a couple times this month. We'd like to hit it again. I think we're one into the next 50 actually, which means that when we hit another few subs, we'll give away a set of dice care of our sponsor Farboco. And Emmy, your dice that you won for the art contest are on the way.
Yay!
Yep, you will be getting those very soon, thanks to Farboco.com. They're super shiny. You will like them. They are
I'm so excited.
fireball red.
I love it.
Let's see, what else do we have going on? Anytime and every time we hit a 1,000 follower mark, we're going to give away a legendary bundle on D&D Beyond. So, share it up. Dramacorn, thanks for the subscription. Sweet.
Woo!
That's one more towards a die. Towards getting some dice. But yeah, every time we hit 1,000 followers, we will gift a legendary bundle on D&D Beyond to one of our fine followers. It is like a $700 or $800 value. You get every book on D&D Beyond. It's pretty awesome. I use D&D Beyond extensively for my prep and for the character sheets for our players. You can see the overlay right here on Twitch, and that will give you some info on the characters on the screen. Last but not least, actually there's two more announcements. One is that if you are a player in my games, I have a new player survey up. Most of you have filled it out already. I am waiting on about 3 people to finish doing that and emailing it to me. You can find all of that information in the announcements page on our Discord channel. And finally, we have a new art contest for Angelica that's been going on for the month of January. At the end of January, we will have the winners announced during the next Dark and Hungry Nights After Dark, our community stream. At which point David and company will share with you who the winners are, as they did with the Sharp-Eyed contest. The Sharp-Eyed Mini has been sent out to our winner, Tau Kapow. I sent that out today. I will post an image of it on the Discord server and on Twitter, and we can share that during the next community stream. Also, let's see, what else? The current one is for Angelica for the Wednesday Dance Macabre game. So head over to our Discord if you want to be a part of our NPC art contests. We do give out a Hero Forged Mini styled after your artwork to the winner, as well as a few other prizes for second and third place. Hey, thank you for gifting the subs. Uh-oh, we lost somebody.
Emmy, I think.
Oh no, we lost an Emmy.
Emmy explode.
She'll be back.
She back.
There we go.
It's Discord is being dumb.
I'm sorry. Discord can be finicky sometimes.
Are you saying Discord is chaotic?
Absolutely, Discord is chaotic.
Oh.
Discord is chaotic neutral. It just don't care. Adam, thank you for gifting a bunch of subs. It's appreciated. Let's see. What's the last but not least? Oh, there's no Dance Macabre this week. There will be no Dance Macabre Wednesday night. A couple of the players have things going on in their lives that are taking priority, so we'll be down a stream this week. But without, hey, Dueling Burr, welcome in. Glad you got gifted a sub. Hang out, check us out for a little while. We'll be playing D&D, and enjoy it. All right, guys. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves, your characters, and we'll get this ball rolling.
Hi everyone, I'm Stu. I play Commander Gaz, the half-orc Oath of Redemption paladin, who has just had to execute a prisoner who wished to be executed.
I'm Dio. I play Captain Sparks, who is right now in a thief's den, seeing how some slaves are being made to fight one another, and she knows the next pair that needs to fight to the death right now, and she is thinking what she can do.
She's losing her shit. That's what she's doing.
Yes,
It's
that's what she's
fine.
doing. Yes.
Hi, I'm Adam. I play Captain Trix, and he is very upset that this wizard got away. He definitely wants to kill the wizard, and truly hopes that. And if we try to take the wizard prisoner, he's gonna kill himself in his sleep. The weirdest thing.
He slit his own knife while in his own bed?
This is going to be the weirdest Oz book ever. You're off to slay the wizard.
Hi, I'm John. I play Captain Preacher, the human peace domain cleric of the Phoenix Legion. And right now, not so subtly liking the fact that some of the more naive people within the group are getting a crash course on what life in the city is actually like.
Hi everyone, my name is Emmy. I play the newest and youngest Captain Bliss, who is a rogue bard, who has lived in the city and is well aware of some of the problems that await, but is currently in a Thieves Guild with Sparks, in a more intense situation than she did imagine.
I'm the Mark Knight. I'm your Dungeon Master this evening. My camera background is freaking out a little bit, trying to figure out how I plan to sit, but it will catch up. It's adaptive. It'll get there.
I think Sparks' hood is in the same boat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It gets better the more you use it. So by the end of the stream, it should have figured me out. Which will be saying a lot since I can't figure me out. Let's see.
That's fair.
When we last left off, as you've heard, Gaztrix and Preacher were present at the Citadel where they were interrogating a prisoner from the attack by the Claw on their home turf. The prisoner offered to tell the Legion everything he knew if, and only if, Commander Gaz, the Paladin, would swear to execute him, mercy kill him, in a sense, as a final act of personal redemption. In the meantime, Sparks and Bliss infiltrated the Thieves Guild, hoping to have some drinks, watch some fights, maybe athletic contests, only to be presented with a room filled with a cheering horde and prisoners being forced to fight to the death. Moral quandaries all around.
Well, one got resolved.
One did. Gaz, after receiving the information that they had hoped for, or at least what information they could glean from their prisoner, did in fact Ned Stark their prisoner. And
Not exactly a great sign for his longevity.
oh God. But
Gaz
as
is being played by you, not Sean Bean. That means you're safe.
Sheen Bean,
Scene Bean.
as we return, we find ourselves back in the Thieves Guild, in the Golden Horn, which will take
Gildenhorn, I thought.
forever to load. Yes, where Sparks and Bliss are watching in stunned silence as two former members of Captain Card's crew are forced into trial by combat.
Oh yeah, and we did figure out one thing that we did relay to them regarding the winner.
There's never really a winner when it comes
Yeah.
to these kind of matches.
Well, even worse so than usual.
Ladies, the crowd is raucous, and the two men have begun to reluctantly slash back and forth at one another with the rusty, bloody, dull weapons that are left in the sand pit for them to fight with. What are you doing?
Sparks, what are you doing?
Quick question. You said that no one is coming further than this place, right? Like, there's no people coming.
Yes, past there, that's where the crowd stops. They give a
Okay.
wide berth to the three members, heads of leadership at the front of this room.
Okay. Sparks is going to, while blended with the crowd, like, she's going to cast Detect Magic to see around the room. And see if there's just respect and that's why they're not going forward, or there's something else going on. Does she see anything?
Yep. There is some kind of magical aura that prevents anyone from moving forward beyond that point. A wall of some kind.
But the wall traversed all of here. But if the people are fighting in this area, then they can traverse? Or it's more like,
There's-
okay.
The wall is more like this. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Okay.
So it also covers the where the other prisoners are. How many prisoners are in that cages? And how many dead people are in that cages?
I think I answered this question last week, but I can't remember what I said.
No, you said that they were carrying the bodies of the dead prisoners back into the cages where other prisoners were.
But I didn't give you a
And
number.
they were. You didn't give me a number. Yeah.
Okay. There's like 6 people in those cages.
Dead or alive?
There are 6 standing people in those cages, and there's just the 2 that had fought that are dead in the cages.
Okay. Is the third person that they have from Card's crew also in that cage, or he's not in the cage?
He is in the cages, yes.
Okay. Sparks is going to ask Preacher, how long do we still have with the telepathic bond?
About like what would you say, Mark? Like another half hour less.
Wait, what's that?
How
How
much
How much
time?
of the hour is left?
For Rary's telepathic bond.
Yeah, I'd say half an hour or less. That makes sense.
Alright.
Um,
Preacher will also send. Just gather what information you can, and then get out of there as discreetly as possible.
She's going to ignore that, and she's going to talk to Silver. Silver, can you keep information and keep information out of Topaz if you're talking with him? Can you lie to him?
Wait, you want me to lie?
Conceal information.
What are you planning to do, Sparks?
I don't know if it's going to work. That's why I don't want high hopes. But can you go and ask him if he knows how to cast reincarnation?
Yeah, I can go ask Topaz if he knows how to cast reincarnation. I'll go ask him.
And please keep these on the wraps because, yeah, just keep it on the wraps for the time being.
What are you planning on doing?
I don't know. I have plans. I have 2 plans. I don't know if any of them is going to work. Just let me think for a little bit. And Sparks is going to move to the other side and is going to tell her telepathic bond to please try to get us into the guild, and Loki try to find information of where do they dispose the bodies.
I can do that, Sparks. Do not do anything that will get yourself noticed. If you're gonna do something, just please let me know.
I have years of getting myself no notice, don't worry.
I swear to God.
And she's going to go over here, making sure she doesn't get in beyond the... And where are the halflings?
The servants?
The people that move the bodies from the pit to the jails. You told me that there were 2 halflings.
Yeah, they're
that were...
near the fire and these barrels. And the barrels, they like continue to get like drinks from the barrels and pass them to the 3 sitting at the chairs.
Okay. Sparks is going to look around the people, and does she knows anyone, or has she seen any of the faces gathered here besides the wizard guy and Ricardo? Does she knows anyone? Or like, oh, I have seen that face before?
Give me a... What's your passive perception?
22.
22. Okay. I don't think so. You don't really know the underbelly of this city very well, so not really. I don't believe you know anyone else.
Okay.
Excuse me. And it was it's really Bliss who recognized
people.
Recognized Ricardo anyway.
Now, quick question.
Yes.
For Lady Long, now that she knows she's she's the closest to Thundermaw. Can she recognize any draconic on her, or no? She looks semi-normal.
She has a bluish tint to her skin that you can tell from this distance anyway, and she has kind of like I said, she has like almond-shaped eyes that are a little larger than normal, and have more have almost a feline vibe to them.
But nothing concrete like horns or
No, you don't see
tail
any
with
horns.
scales.
You can't see scales from this distance. Maybe she has them, but they could be faint.
Mhm.
There's just a bluish hue to her skin.
Fair enough. So Sparks is going to wait for information coming from either Bliss or Silver.
Okay.
She's just going to continue taking everything in.
Understood. I am going to do this quick. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do.
Dio, I'm so glad it's been such a short time and you're already stressing me out.
Yeah, we just started.
For
This is
some reason,
fine.
there's like a black spot from here to here, and I cannot see anything. Even though I'm pressing escape and I reloaded the page.
It could be the... Let me see something. A black spot?
Yeah, well, it goes like here, here.
It's darker. Yeah. It's because of where the light's coming from in the room. What is your dark vision?
I have 60 feet because I have the goggles.
That should be dim light, but for some reason it's not.
Ah, there we go. I can see now.
Here, let me actually do this then. Foundry's gonna hate us right now because there's a lot of like light sources and things like that in this room. There we go. That's better. Okay. I just put up these lines here so you can see where the magical barrier is while your detect magic was up. You know that it's there. And that it is shaped like that. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Okay. After a little bit, you hear back from Silver that Topaz can, in fact, cast Reincarnate. Bliss,
How are you doing?
what are you doing?
Well, I would go find what was his name? Ricardo.
Yes, Ricario.
Ricario. I will go up to him as at ease and normal. Like this is nothing out of the ordinary. And she will greet him with how she would normally greet any contacts. Hey, handsome, did you miss me?
Ricario is just as enthusiastically a part of the crowd as everybody else. And he, at your, at you addressing him, he turns away, mid cheer, turns away from the spectacle and is like, "Oh, hey, did you change something? Your hair or something?"
Yeah, you gotta try something new every once in a while.
How'd you make your way in here?
You know, just
Your
wanted
charms,
to-
I'm assuming.
of course. This is quite a spectacle going on.
Ah, yes, just the preliminary rounds.
Oh,
Well, sure, before the voluntary fighters get a chance to participate, they get rid of the riffraff that's been bothering their operations.
of course. Who wouldn't? Do you know by any chance what they do with the bodies of these losers?
I've never thought to ask that. I don't usually concern myself with corpses.
I just have a friend who's interested.
Strange friends.
I keep interesting company.
And that you do.
Say that they're a company of fools, even.
I'm sure that you can ask around. I'm not an official guild member here. I'm a guest. A regular guest, mind you, but you'd have to find someone who knows. Let's see if I can't introduce you to a few guild members.
That would be great.
Are you here for the sport, or are you looking to join them? And are you a guest?
I'm a guest here, but I was definitely interested in becoming a member, especially when they have such interesting events going on.
Yes, membership is highly sought after in the city.
I'm sure. I mean, this guild is the best after all.
What do you know of them?
Just a few whispers. What about you? I mean, you're a guest, so I'm sure you're more familiar with everything.
Yes, they're not to be trifled with. The Horn has grown in quite a bit of power, especially of late. It's expanded, you know. But as far as their dealings in the city, I hear that these are just rumors, of course. I hear that they have business dealings with the spy masters of every house in the city.
Those are some interesting rumors.
Excuse me. I'm just dropping things, it's fine.
It's
Out of
fine.
Out of character, Mark. Is the guy that Bliss talking to broker's contact within the old King spy network?
He is a
Because I remember that one as being one of his contacts. I don't know if that's the same person that's
it
Bliss is
is
talking
not the same person that Bliss is talking about. This is one of Broker's underworld contacts. The one
Okay.
who Broker had in the King spy network, it works for the theater. He is also a contact with Lady Scola.
Cola?
Yes. He's also a contact of Lady Scola's. So,
to. Okay, yeah, sorry, didn't mean to derail it.
no problem.
And Gaz's only standing instruction would be, try and relay directions, directions as best you can as you go down hallways and corridors and comes upon rooms sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
That way, back at the Citadel, we can draw a rough map.
Okay. Let me introduce you to a friend of mine. What name are you going by this evening, so that I don't misrepresent who you are?
Of course. I go by Sienna Walsh.
He nods and smirks. Sienna. Very nice. A lovely name.
I gotta run to the restroom, guys. I'll be back. I'm still be listening in though.
Do what you gotta do.
Just
Don't
mute
forget to
yourself.
mute your mic.
The Naked Gun situation.
Oh, good God. That would be awful. I can mute him manually if necessary.
No, I think he's okay at muting him.
Um,
Oh, I can't see anything because I'm not in this moment.
that's true. Ricario walks with you up to a figure who is standing on a chair and shouting down at the combatants in the pit. He takes you over to this person and tugs on their cloak. Victor! I have someone I'd like to introduce you to. I know it's exciting, but come down. As this gentleman turns and steps down off the chair, you see his face for the first time, and it is not unfamiliar to you. One of the assailants from the Citadel steps down off the chair to introduce themselves. You are somewhat disguised, are you not?
Yeah, I'm human now, with red hair.
He steps down. If you're trying to keep a look of recognition of any kind off of your face, I will need a deception roll from you.
That's fine. Yeah, I'll be trying.
Okay. That's a good try.
Which for me is nothing.
No. That is a damn good try.
Yeah, so easy.
He steps down. Vicario, what do you want? I'm busy. I would just like to introduce you to this young, talented lady who comes from a long line of people in our trade. She has shown interest in taking on work as a part of the Horn, and was hoping to be introduced to someone who might be influential in attaining such a position. Victor looks you up and down. It immediately bothers you. It is like the gaze is both assessing and predatory, calculating. He holds out a hand to you.
She will go to shake it.
Victor, I'm one of the you could call us a lieutenant in a way. And you have experience. He asks.
All kinds of experience.
What do you think of the matches? That is...
I think.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh no. The first one was rather dull. The ending got a bit exciting, but I mean, they're intriguing, I suppose.
Do you not have a taste for blood sports?
I do, just not ones where I have no investment.
Ah. A gambler, then? Or...
I mean, a girl loves some coin.
Come, sit. And he steps away from the chair he was standing on and offers it to you.
She will sit, and she is going to say in her mind to Sparks, so this guy is, someone we're familiar with, so just in case, be ready to sneakily get out if things get rough. And she will sit down.
Ricario... go ahead, Sparks.
Sparks, with that, will mentally prepare herself to put her neutral face and just mask it yep, no emotions, no emotions.
Imagine just Gaz, Trix, and Preacher all just kind of sitting at a table, just looking at each other and just wondering what the hell are these women up to now.
It's fine. It's a usual girls' night.
Sparks will ask Trix. Trix, you told me that you will be able to contact us even after Preacher's spell runs off?
Yes, it just takes it's more delayed. It's a minute for me to communicate with you as I write the message, and a minute for you to communicate with me as your thought is translated in word. So it's a 2-minute delay. It's not as instant as his telepathic bond. But mine is permanent.
Okay, that could work out. Sparks will ask, please, sorry to interrupt, but how long do you have until your spell runs off?
I just casted it, so I have an hour.
Okay.
Ricario steps up beside you. I hope you don't mind if I watch the match from here. It's such a better vantage point than in the crowd. And Victor will shrug. I don't really give a shit what you do. There's a friendly jibe to the way he says it. And Victor waves over a servant who brings a tray over. And he looks to you and says, ale or wine?
I'm definitely a wine girl, and she will take some wine.
Okay. He turns back towards the ring, and as one of the men finally stops kind of footing around and actually stabs the other one, it's not a deep wound, but it is an actual strike. He shouts a kind of triumphant cheer in the direction of that. Ha! Ha ha! First blood spilt. They'll get into it once the adrenaline gets pumping. They always do. So tell me, what is it that you specialize in? I
specialize in getting in and out of places, and I have a gift for getting the information I want.
Like getting in and out of here, perhaps.
I mean, I'm thankful my friend let me join as a guest today.
He glances over at Ricario, who smiles, and then back to you, and says, perhaps I will be just as glad. I guess we will see.
I guess we will, and she'll raise her glass and drink the wine.
He leeringly smiles and says, so, when the real matches start, there is the opportunity to gamble. What kind of wagers do you hope to place?
Well, once I kind of get a feel of everything, I am one to go big or go home.
Excellent. I too love to place large bets on the ones that I know will win. And believe me when I say I know which ones will win.
She will take note of that.
The swords clash a few more times, and then another strike is made, and there are resounding cheers of enthusiastic encouragement towards the combatants who are being forced to fight down below. And Victor says, we do offer opportunities for those who wish to join, to audition, essentially, for our guild. This runs through Lady Long, to whom I can introduce you. The jobs are simple at first. Perform a couple in a way that is admirable and shows your talent without getting caught. And membership may then be provided.
Seems easy enough.
Why the horn?
Well, I heard you guys were the best, and I only want to work for the best.
And where did you hear that?
Just some whispers. You know, I'm a girl people like to talk to.
I could see that. Ricario, what is your passive insight, Bliss?
The rallying cry of the Legion.
19.
19. Okay. So you can tell when Victor says that he is being rather lecherous in the way that he is taking you in. In the meantime, Ricario seems to a less trained eye, he would appear to be fully engaged in the revelry. But to your, you said a 19 is your passive insight? Okay,
Yeah.
To your well-trained skills, you can tell by some subtle signs of his body language that he is slightly uncomfortable with Victor, even though he seems to act as his friend, and that he is, as much as he seems to be involved in the revelry, he is paying far more attention to your conversation than he is to the match. Again, most people would not notice this, but to you, you can pick up on the subtle signs.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm uncomfortable by this guy too. It's cool.
Yeah. But Ricario has stayed close by to your conversation.
Bliss, can you see the on our erstwhile prisoner anywhere?
Yeah, can I?
The one who teleported out.
Yeah.
What's your passive perception, Bliss?
Oh, that's only a 13.
Okay. I'm
It's got
going to
Sparks
say no, because Sparks is higher, and if he had been in the room, then she would have seen him.
That's fair enough. I will respond back no.
Oh, I was wondering if he was tired.
I'm not even gonna question that. But the one guy that attacked the Citadel is here, and he's creepy as fuck.
She says to Trix, of all people.
That's true.
Oh,
He's also creepy as fuck.
well, use that to your advantage. Do get me, see if you can get me maybe a lock of his hair.
Bliss isn't gonna respond to that, but she is gonna be thinking, I am not going to do that.
I am going to kill this guild one by one. Not you if you join.
Thanks.
Says the creepy, somewhat older half-elf into your brain.
Yeah, she's now like everyone's
Somewhat
creepy.
older. He's like 60 years older than her.
Yeah, that's true.
Y'all are creepy. Gotcha.
Hey, Trix is more creepy in like a murderous way.
That's true.
So, Preacher will just kind of look up from the table and to Gas and just go, "What are you thinking? How are you thinking about going about this?"
Near as I can tell, we've got a few options on the table. One would be to inform the houses of this particular Thieves Guild's work with the Claws of Thundermaw and hope that they're willing to turn against the guild.
And Preacher
Not
will
what I would-
just shake his head.
Not one I would count on, no.
The amount of business that this guild has purported to have done with them, too many secrets. They risk too many secrets being exposed.
Exactly. There's the option of using other guilds to, like, essentially approach the other guilds that are near in power, but not quite rivals, and try and get them to all gang up on the Gilded Horn in order to try and weaken them that way.
One I could see wrangling multiple would take both a considerable effort and time.
Neither of which we have exactly a plenty. There's also the idea of pitting one portion of the guild against another, because after all, the Minotaur may not know that he is effectively being used as a puppet, but that's also a gamble because he may be fully aware.
If he's aware, might I suggest that his fetching in your...
You're cutting in and out.
Oh, my mistake. What I was saying is, if the Minotaur is aware, I would like to mention how fetching his whole hanging in...
You're cutting in and out again. Sorry.
Why did
His
it
horn
cut
would
in
look
and
fetching
out?
in my quarters.
Yes.
I'm not the type to display something like that, especially not from
There
a
might-
sentient creature.
There is a way that could be arranged a private meeting with this Gilded Horn that we can ascertain whether or not he could be used again, whether or not he knows, and whether or not he could be turned against his subordinates.
But then the question would be, what do we do with him? because this sort of blood sport I can't allow in the city.
Commander, you may not allow it, but it will happen regardless. Which would you prefer? For it to happen outside of your notice and purview, where you can do nothing to regulate it?
I hate to be the voice of, but there is a difference between blood sports and gladiator, and I don't think the commander is. But I would
Again-
assume that your god of peace, not.
You're still cutting in and out. Sorry.
I mostly got the gist of what you were saying.
Yeah. But you were basically taking Gaz's side, that there's a difference between blood sport and fights to the death. Forced fights to the death in particular.
And if you work with him, you can ensure that this does not happen. And if he decides to do so, you can remind him of what's about to happen to his subordinates.
The concern there is what happens if he turns us down and then rallies the alarm.
In which
Yeah.
case, we just bring the full might of the Legion and the City Watch on top of him, which is what we threatened with to begin with.
Which, speaking of, we'll have to try and map out this area to try figuring out possible points of entry.
And exit. I prefer trying to negotiate with him because that provides us with a better chance of capturing them all, or catching them all unawares, and thus preventing them from easily escaping. If we do decide to crush them en masse, there's a chance that they'll bolt. A much better chance they'll bolt.
Especially the voice, as he dubs himself. Or styles himself, at least.
Precisely. And again, as much as I've oft repeated it, I believe if we want to fully ensure that he cannot escape, we would need help of Archmage Dolan.
Who is more than likely hiring the Gilded Horn. I'm sure that will work.
That is another gamble to factor in. There are no good options so far.
Hiring the Gilded Horn, yes. Aware that the Gilded Horn is linked with the cults of the dragon that's intent on destroying the city he cares for? No.
I think we should approach more than solely House Dolan in that situation, then. I could understand keeping Foster out of the loop, since they are within their own territory.
At the same time, though, the Gilded Horn is infringing upon their business by
True.
smuggling in goods.
Or they could have an arrangement as you proposed us doing with the Gilded Horn ourselves.
Also a possibility. We don't know enough yet.
Let's listen in.
I wanted to find the sewer entrance. I'd like to return their rats.
That would be an interesting start, but let's listen in.
Sparks, as you've been watching, these men have begun to fight more vigorously. It is kill or be killed, and the reluctance that was at first there, realizing that they truly have no choice in the matter, becomes this regrettable combat to the death. You know these men, and you hate it. Bliss, the member of the Gilded Horn that you know is also one of the Claw, asks you, Would you be interested in a meeting with Lady Long after the fights are over this night?
I would love to.
Relaying that information to Sparks.
Oh yeah, she'll give you like a line by line, like with added remarks like this dude is creepy as fuck. We're so screwed.
Sparks is going to tell you it will all depend on how long that will take, because in an hour you will turn into a pumpkin.
Fair enough. I'm keeping an eye on time. Well,
question: will Sparks, after seeing the guy escaping in the room with gas, and after seeing the wizard and everything, will she be able to put two and two together that maybe they took a piece of the chair with them, or a piece of
I mean, Gaz
something?
saw him take a piece of the chair with him. I told him that.
Yeah, and
Okay.
I think we did deduce in character about he has a piece from the Citadel itself, so it's easier to get there.
Yeah.
Okay.
He also has the manacles that were left on him.
Okay.
oh,
So
yeah.
here is a bookcase, right?
Yes.
Sparks will take a small piece of wood from there, and still there are like 15 minutes of communication between us, right?
There's probably about 15 minutes of communication left, sure.
Okay. Sparks will tell Bliss, I will go to the bathroom while you're occupied there. And she will just, I'll be right back in 10. Don't worry.
Stay safe. Don't do anything dumb.
I will not do anything dumb. And just find me.
Narrator, she did.
Find me where are they going to dispose of the bodies?
Gotcha.
The Victor says to you, Bliss, after these first fights, we have some, as I said, more gladiatorial sport. Champions of combat who fight for money and privilege within our order, within our guild. After that, the feast usually falls out. Guests leave, so on and so forth, but you will come with me, and we will get to know each other before I introduce you to Lady Long. If you are not opposed to a impromptu interview.
Bliss is thinking back to her impromptu interview with the Legion, and she's like, yeah, those are fun. That sounds excellent. How long do your fights usually last? I mean, these ones are going pretty quickly. I'm sure with actual fighters, it could get a little more intense.
Actually, the fights between true combatants go much quicker. They are impressively fast with their skill.
I'm sure it's because they're more into it, of course.
Quite. And there are typically matches that are between newcomers who have joined us to challenge the old guard. They are amateurs. That can take the first hour or so before the true sport begins between the professional fighters. It will be a late evening. He smiles lecherously.
Well, that sounds fantastic, and she's thinking about how she is screwed. Okay.
When he smiles, it is, you're not sure if the, like, leer in his smile is more for the, like, violence or the way he's been acting in your direction.
Perfect. She'll turn her focus to the fight, and also glance like over to the cage where the bodies were. Victor, you might know this since you are clearly here and interested in everything. If I have a friend who's interested in some bodies that, are already disposed, do you think that's something I could obtain here?
I'm so sorry. Say that again. I apologize.
That's okay. She's asking if she can get the dead bodies. If I have a friend who's interested in working with the dead.
Give me a... Oh, that is an odd question.
They do pay handsomely. Yeah, I'm sure most people don't get asked this.
At least you said work with the dead.
Yeah, it's I mean, I don't know how many necromancers are besides in every single campaign, but
There's
Look it
only
up, the
2.
autopsy.
Well, but there's a whole place here with
Yes.
dead people walking around. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of necromancers in Grover.
Somebody next with hickeys.
He tells you... Oh, some of the cadavers are sold off. Others that are not worth their weight, or perhaps too far destroyed. Typically just burned.
She will relay that to Sparks.
Sparks will relay that I can either work with the full body or pieces.
You see, we don't want our enemies retrieving their dead. And that certainly can't happen if they're made to be undead, or if their bodies are cremated, not without great effort.
Of course, that makes sense. It's just, I help my friend obtain bodies from time to time, and if they're already taken care of, it makes my life a whole lot easier.
Well, you can explore further the opportunities to do something with that once you've made yourself a part of our organization, and perhaps some mutually beneficial agreement can be made between us and your friend.
Of course, and she will reply to Sparks, yeah, it's not gonna happen.
Okay. Sparks is like very, very upset. But it's like, fine. Can you just not tell him that that your friend collects pieces of dead bodies? Just, for all he knows, I'm trying to make a necklace or something.
Sparks, I'm just gonna keep exploring, and I'll see what I can do.
Sparks,
Fair
which way
enough.
are you going?
Question: is there anyone outside the doors?
There are a set of guards right outside these doors, but they're just kind of like relaxing and chatting with each other when you come out.
Fair enough. So she will go. I will go north unless someone objects.
One of the guards kind of looks over as you reach the north door. Where you headed?
Sorry, I'm looking for the bathroom.
Oh, I could take you there.
Oh, perfect. You
And
saved me that trouble.
He'll walk up to the... he said, nearest one's this way, and he leads you back to the south. He'll unlock this door. I said, he'll unlock this door, thank you. And lead you through it. Nod to the guard who's on the other side. The large gentleman who was wearing this sleeveless suit. And relock the door behind him, and he will take you. I will point. I will take you there actually, with the ruler tool if it will let me.
Like, I walk. I will be narrating how many steps I take, how many doors I see,
Okay.
how many guards I see to gas the others.
They can't see that, so you literally will have to reiterate that to them because they cannot see the map.
No, that's okay. I will probably say 30 feet to the south of the big room, there's a door that is locked. 20 feet goes to an intersection. Then I'm going 50 feet towards my right. And I see a room.
Okay. You see a room. There are a group of men and women who are less than savory folk who are playing a game of cards at this table and drinking and laughing and having a good time. There is a door here to the south, and the guard tells you that's the restroom right there. You can make use of that and then just find your way back, or do you need me to wait?
I think I can get my way back. Thank you.
Okay.
Sparks, I want you to know that I was very convinced you were about to be thrown into like a prison cell.
Why, Trix? Why the lack of faith in me?
You were wandering around a guild in places you probably weren't supposed to be. I didn't think they were going to be cordial.
People are cordial when you are cordial, Trix.
So Sparks,
Okay.
There are these 4 outhouse-like seats with about the minimal amount of privacy between each one, and a single large basin that is probably used for bathing by some.
So they're like outhouses. It doesn't seem to be a connection with
It's not.
sewers at all.
It doesn't seem like plumbing. It seems like it is. It leads down to a large pit underneath that is probably oiled and burned on a semi-regular basis.
Fair enough. And what is over here? Is this a window or is...
Yeah, those are windows.
And this is still the first floor, right?
There is no second floor. This is the only
Okay.
floor.
Do they seem that the windows are reinforced?
They are in this
like with
room.
bars?
In this room, the windows are kind of that. They're like Gosh, I'm having trouble with words right now. Yeah, these windows are kind of that foggy paned glass. Like it's hard to, you can kind
Frosted
of get
glass.
it's not the frosted glass, but the kind that's like beveled or so that you just kind of see shapes moving on the other side of them. You don't see like clearly through them, and they are locked and latched and barred.
But they're like it's easy to break them from the outside to the inside.
No, they're everything here is reinforced. There is not like we can break the window and climb into the bathroom, right? Like they are barred on the outside. So like the bars are like, you could open the window from the inside. That's fine. But all you're gonna have in front of you are bars.
Fair enough.
If
Hey,
they would it would be very unlikely for them to have the amount of security they have inside this place and then just have a window that somebody can open and climb through to get inside, right? It's not that easy.
Fair enough. Okay, so that's one plan busted, and I will relay that there's no sewer connection. There doesn't seem to be a sewer connection tied into the building, as far as I can tell, or at least not where I am.
Well, those windows are good to know. I can actually get through there.
And they could also escape out there in a pinch if they manage to break the bars.
Or if they know Misty Step, that's how I'd get through.
As long as somebody opened the window, you would be able to do that. Otherwise, looking through the window, you would just see like dark shadows on the other side, and not the actual room.
Fair enough. Sparks, after minutes of trying to check the room, will go out. I don't close the door. Oh. And probably, is anyone paying attention to her, or the people in the table RBC playing?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Is any of the people on the table paying any attention to her or not?
Yeah, you're not someone they know, so there are definitely eyes on you. They're fully engaged in their game, but it's not like they're not suspicious. This is not a this is like a game of poker. There's enough eyes looking around at one another at the table, and several would definitely be looking in your direction. If you went down the passage if you went down that passage, someone would notice. Try and say that easier.
Going to go over here.
A not so friendly card game.
Yes. And she's going to be here. Just trying to get away from the people. And is anyone around her?
Yeah, I don't have tokens on the map because it would slow everything down, but there are people in these corridors. So, this is an active place.
Okay. So, she will lower her hood a little bit and disguise herself as one of the people in this table.
Give me a stealth roll to hide your face while you're transforming it.
Do you have inspiration?
Nope. She's only, if she's going that way, she's only transforming her face, not her outfit or anything.
Right, understood.
Here.
Okay. You transform your
going-
appearance.
Let's check. Question, is Mage Hand invisible or not?
Yours is because you are an arcane trickster.
Okay, I'm going to use Mage Hand to open this door over here before
Okay.
I arrive.
Which door? The one down.
This
Okay.
one. I just open it up. And just continue, just like casually moving around.
When the door opens and nobody's on the other side, you hear somebody inside, like, you hear comments about it on the other side. There seems to be some discussion of damn pranks, things like that.
Surely there couldn't be an arcane trickster in the guild. No.
You as you walk up, you see that there are people inside, sitting at a table eating, lounging on some beds, just kind of hanging out, talking. Like this is a dormitory for lower guild members.
How many people in there? Or how many people can they house basically? In that
I mean,
dormitory? Like she's
there are
trying
12
to keep like
There are 12 beds in that room. If you like actually go in, you will see them.
okay.
The face you put on. Someone sees you. You're just walking by, right? You're not going in?
I'm just walking by, like I'm busy whatever guys by.
Okay, somebody steps up and closes the door as you walk by. There's a nod to you of recognition, but otherwise, no further comments towards you. But you had walked past and seen in this room earlier through the window up here.
Yep.
So you could tell that there are like 12 beds in there.
Fair enough. Now I'm going to walk back and do the same thing, but with this door over here.
Which door?
And it's locked.
It is locked. Yes.
Do I risk it? Do I not risk it? Do I risk it? Do I not risk it? Okay. What I'm going to do now is, did I see the person that closed this door?
Yeah. They nodded to you.
Okay. I'm going to be that person now.
Okay. I will tell you this. Now, you can use your mage hand invisibly. And as I said, these hallways are not empty. But there is someone standing. They were
There?
standing casually by the door here. But you can tell with your passive perception and insight that they are there on purpose.
Okay, so I cannot transform in there because they will see me.
Ow.
I'm going back. Going back here. And I'm going to transform. Before I transform, I will ask please, how are you doing?
Good question.
Skeeved out.
I will say that Bliss, instead of replying just to Spark, she's going to say to everyone, so I have a possible meeting with Lady Long. Only thing is my disguise only lasts an hour. It's not gonna... I don't think it's gonna be within an hour.
Are you able to recast it?
Not today.
Maybe arrange for the meeting for another day then.
I can
If
try.
possible.
I don't know how that's gonna go along. But this is my stepping stone to get involved in the guild. So I really want to get my claws into this if possible.
Are we
Rachel just-
sure that you have an invite to the guild, or is someone trying to talk up their rank in order to try and impress you?
Well, it's the dude that attacked us, so... His name is Victor, by the way.
By you and remind you in front of him that we have business meeting, and that way you can reschedule.
As this conversation is happening in all of your minds, the one member of Captain Card's crew finishes off the other. You can see that he is distraught as he does it, and his companion regretfully dies in his arms. There is searing emotion on his face, and then he turns towards the three in the chairs, throws the sword down, and shouts, "I hope you're happy. This is what you wanted. Now, let me go." The Minotaur stands laughing, calls out some encouraging jeers to the crowd of revelers around the table, which they heartily respond to, including, "Shall we take him to where he wants to go and free him?" And there are shouts in response. And he nods.
Is anyone relaying his back?
No.
And we already related to them regarding what the prize was.
The halflings step up to the ring and help this person out. And lead him up to the front. To the wizard, who says, "You'll just come with me," and walks him to the barrier, and passes through it with him. And walks him out of this room and shuts the door behind him, Bliss. The
Preacher just goes up. I wonder how many prisoner of Captain Card's crew wish to be sent back to their captain.
Again, she hasn't relayed this to you guys. She said she hadn't relayed it. So,
No, I will say that him leaving, I will tell that to Sparks right away.
okay. The Minotaur then starts asking the crowd if they're ready for the real fights. And with that, we'll take our quick break here. We'll be right back.
So
Get myself
stressful.
some meat.
Oh!
I'm almost done eating.
Good for you, John. We're back. For all of you who stuck around during the lengthier than usual break, thank you very much. Every other Monday now, I am Uno parental unit in the household, so I'm pulling double duty with the stream and being an adult. So I apologize for possible later start times and extended breaks, but that's every other Monday, so it shouldn't be all the time, but I appreciate your understanding. Those of you out there who may be lurking, come on back in. We're back. We're ready. We're going to keep this thing going, and I'm going to continue to torture my players as they are in this incredibly tense situation.
Yeah.
Bliss.
Well, only two of them.
Bliss and Sparks, after your shortly after the announcement that the real main event was going to happen, your ability to communicate with the rest of the captains, the commander, and each other suddenly dwindles into non-existence. Trix, Preacher, Gaz, the spell has come to an end. The hour is up.
I'll relay that to Trix. My magic is no more.
Well, I'll wait to message them. I'm sure they're aware, but I'll check in after a few minutes to see if they've gotten themselves captured or not yet.
Did we
Such
have
confidence.
Did we have any runners nearby just in case?
I don't know if Bliss set that up.
No.
I don't know what a runner's going to do.
Relay information as to whether maybe a commotion is coming from the inside.
Oh,
I mean, I can ask them if they get captured. I'm not a betting man, but I would bet on it. This was a terrible idea.
It was also the only way to get information from inside. We wouldn't have known half the questions to ask the prisoner had we not sent them in.
Oh, I realize that, but it doesn't mean that both can't be true.
True enough. So let's get a couple of... what did Broker always call his trio that he recruited in Ravenreach?
The were-rats?
We're talking the were-rats?
Yeah, the were-rats.
Whiskers, Squeaks, and... oh gosh, I can't remember the last one.
Did he have a special name for them, or was it just he referred to them by name?
I think he just referred to them as... the
were-rats?
Maybe
The were-rat.
the alley rats. That's the
That's
name.
it.
Yeah, well, that's the name of the organization they were a part of in in Ravenreach.
Okay, so I think maybe send at least two of the alley rats, if not all three, just to keep tabs on it.
I'll do so. Commander, should I message Captain Card and let him know what we know?
I believe so, yeah.
All right.
will Silver
might have some
intervene?
input.
Will Silver intervene there and say no because Sparks wanted to keep it under wraps?
Silver could voice an objection.
Silver says, let's wait until they get back. I don't know if we want Card flying off the handle, or I'm not sure how he will react, and it might be better if...
I was going to invite him here so we could tell him in person.
Sure.
Well, then he might immediately storm out and try doing something
Rash.
So, yeah,
Card's not one of ours. We can't really order him around. If he decides to take his crew and storm the Gilded Horn, there's nothing... I mean, we would have to literally detain them because they are not members. We can't just tell them to stand down.
I doubt he'd be that foolhardy, but point made.
Card doesn't seem to be that kind of man, but I will err on the side of caution this time.
Preacher dating him? He knows that?
Grief does funny things to people.
Especially since he's lost all of his livelihood along with it. If it were, for example, if those few men were like the last handful of the Legion, I would probably go down fighting, trying to free them.
I don't want to seem callous, but should we use that to our advantage if he chooses to?
That is something I would prefer to have a full officers meeting regarding. I'm sure that he would be willing to help us, but I want it to be that he's helping us. And vice versa. Been a loyal ally. We wouldn't have
Because I can make it very easy for us to get in that sewer entrance. A little gross, but very easy.
What plan do you have in mind?
We reroute some of the sewer so the entire sewer entrance floods, so that the god there dies. I cast water breathing on all of you, and we go in without having to fight a guard.
Clever.
My worry is that they'll see the sewer will flood, and they'll seal off the entranceway leading up from the sewers to prevent it from going any further into the place, and that will likewise seal us. It would have to be quick and precise.
I like this idea.
It's a matter of the interior defenses that are a little daunting.
It's
Like
a
I
rogue's
said-
lair. It's a rogue's lair, right? It's a thieves'
Yeah.
guild. We don't necessarily need to kill everybody of the claw, right? Like, if we dislodge them from the city or disrupt their operations, that could be enough to buy us time.
We need to... Ideally, we would want to get the top two. Because that's an immediate descendant. That's a very close descendant to Thunderbar herself, as well as
A
her
wizard.
voice within the city, and someone that is able to teleport.
Yeah, the wizard in particular is the greater threat because he has the ability and he has materials necessary to threaten the safety of the citadel itself.
So maybe
If-
this is a strike team situation, as opposed to an all-out...
But how would the...
Let's wait for the other two captains to return, and then we can discuss how to proceed. Because there's still no indication that we're going to have all the captains until they have returned.
True enough.
Those.
So back to the girls' night out. Which is taking a turn
going
for harsh.
swimmingly. I don't know what you're talking about. This is going so great.
Trix writes to both of them, don't get caught.
A minute or two after the telepathy spell ends, you each get a message in your mind saying, "Don't get caught."
I will reply with "fuck off."
Immediately after Bliss tells her that the wizard is leaving, with one of Captain Card's Sparks will return to her short-haired lady disguise and try to return as far as possible to the double doors.
Okay. The guard opens the door for you. Everything come out all right?
Yes. Did I miss that? Did I miss the fight? Did it end it?
No idea. I'm out here. He opens the door and lets you through.
Okay. Do I see the wizard?
You see them walking through the far door on the opposite
How
side.
far away is he?
They are at this door here, the far door.
Okay. She will try to, look like hastily trying to return to the double doors, and she will try to.
There are still the two men who are at those doors are still there.
That's okay. Does the wizard has any hair?
Let me go to the image of the wizard. Yep, he does.
Is he an elf, or is he human?
He's not an elf. You don't see elf-like features.
Okay.
You don't see the ears.
I'm going to try and take a lock of hair, like a hair from him with the mage hand. Can I do that?
Give me a sleight of hand roll. How much hair are you trying to take? Just like a hair?
Just a hair, because that's what Trix told me. Just
Okay.
a hair.
Okay.
Like
yeah,
if he has anything in his cloak, I would.
Let me see the mage hand spell really quick.
I think it's something like 5 pounds.
It is. That's not what I'm looking at. What I'm looking at is it has both verbal and somatic components. Just so you're aware, and let me take a look at the Arcane Trickster just to double check this. You can make the spectral hand invisible, and you can perform the following actions. You can stow an object that the hand is holding in a container worn or carried by another creature. You can retrieve an object in a container worn or carried by another creature. You can use thieves' tools to pick locks and disarm traps at range. You can perform one of these tasks without being noticed by a creature if you succeed on a sleight of hand check contested by the creature's wisdom check. In addition, you can use the bonus action granted by your cunning action to control the hand. So,
do I risk it? Do I not risk it?
You have two guards at the doors, and you have the mage who is escorting this person through that door. You have a moment to decide this before they walk through the door and it locks behind them. So,
can I give her my inspiration?
You can, yes.
I'm giving her my inspiration for this.
So then, if you would like, you may make a sleight of hand roll with advantage to attempt to retrieve a hair from the wizard without being noticed by anyone in this hallway. I am going to say that a 17 is definitely a successful roll. You retrieve a hair with your mage hand.
So glad I gave you that.
Okay, Sparks will return to here, inside, like nonchalant, like nothing happened, and just we're try to see if she can see, please.
So you're going to slip in. Bliss is sitting with with a recognizable figure, who she has told you is Victor, and also with her contact on the other side of her. The Victor has sat down in the chair beside Bliss and has put his hand on the back of the chair behind her, and is explaining to her who the fighters that are entering the ring are and what kind of techniques they are using. Bliss, some of these techniques are painfully obvious to you, but he is explaining them to you nonetheless.
That I'm gonna feed into him. It's fine. It's like, oh wow, like you really know your stuff. Like,
Give me a deception roll.
Can it be with advantage, given that he's obviously distracted anyway?
dude, it doesn't matter. My minimum's a 23.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right.
Damn.
That's almost a crit.
One shy, yeah.
You're just feeding into his ego as he is explaining things to you. You have maybe 45 minutes left on your disguise spell that you have cast.
That's fine. I know this is not gonna last. I would have been glancing at the door to just because I'm very nervous about Sparks at this point.
Oh yeah, Sparks has come back in.
When I see her, I will excuse myself for a moment and go over to her.
No, if you see her, Sparks will just like a short no, and will cast message.
You both are
That works.
rogues, remember that? Oh wait, you're in a hall full of rogues. You can't just thieves can't. People will notice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I will use message and I will tell her got a hair from the wizard. We should leave before your disguise goes off.
I agree. There's no limit to message. I really don't want to miss out on this opportunity, so I don't know I really want to see what happens. But I agree. I should get out of here before my disguise, and I don't know if my disguise kit is gonna hide myself enough.
Well, I can
you
say
tell
one thing. The guy probably isn't looking at her eyes.
Thank you.
Did
But,
Bliss tell her? Did Bliss tell her what was going to be her name today?
Yeah, but on their walk over, she would have gave you the details.
Okay. Sparks will have told you that her name for today is Kohaku, and it will be like draconic word that it means both noble and amber depending on how it's written. And it's also the name of her homunculus that she just made. So that way, technically, she won't be lying, but... So Sparks is going to say, we should come back with more time in our hands. If I go to you and I say, our contacts are waiting, we need to leave. Do you think you can, I don't know, charm him enough to try to make another day possible for you?
She's gonna do a side glance to his arm, be like, yeah, and then reply a message like, I think I can arrange that.
Okay, fair enough. Then Sparks will come towards them and go behind Bliss and casually tell her, our contacts are waiting, we need to leave.
I will glance over at Victor. First off, to see his reaction, to see if he was listening to the message or how he's reacting to the situation.
He looks between the two of you. Who is your friend, Sienna?
My partner for the evening, kind of keeping me on track.
Hi, I'm Kohaku. Nice to meet you. Sienna, we need to leave.
We were going to have a meeting with Lady Long. I was going to introduce her to the lady herself. Surely you wouldn't want to miss out on such a meeting, would you? It would be very useful for anyone who hopes to join the Gilded Horn.
Sparks will look like she's thinking, and she will say, I would normally agree with you, and it will be a great honor, but I don't like doing jobs halfway.
Just saying, with Spark's passive insight, does she get any additional bullshit about this guy?
Both of you have passive insights really high. There's a little bit of bluster coming off of him, that's for sure. He definitely wants to impress Sienna, but he also he also seems to be like being straight with you about trying to get you a meeting with Lady Long.
I will reach over to Victor and kind of like lean closer to him. If we step out just for a moment for me to deal with some personal issues, we can meet up when I return. Shouldn't be too long.
He makes as if he's thinking about this. When you come back, tell the guard that you have a meeting with me, and he will take you to where you can meet me.
Take you to my chambers.
Perfect, I can't wait. And she will kind of like give him a little squeeze and then stand up quickly, wave goodbye to Ricario, and walk out with Sparks immediately.
Ricario will say, Sienna, going so soon. It was lovely to see you again, and I do hope that we get to meet up soon in the future. There were things we were discussing earlier, and perhaps an evening of wine and some fine foods would be a delightful way to discuss business.
Of course, it's always a pleasure to speak with you. I will reach out soon.
Be safe out there. The streets of Grover are not to be trifled with, as you know.
Oh yes, I am well aware of what happens on the streets. Thank you again. And she will leave with Sparks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you both head out. You can easily get out. You will be let out, escorted out of the place, unless you intended on trying to sneak around a little more before heading out the door.
Sparks? Would you want to sneak around?
Do it, like Sparks.
I have a little time left still in disguise, so
But
what is
can you change your disguise? Question,
No, I think it is what it is.
Yeah, no. Sparks will be like, no, if you cannot change your thing, let's get out.
Sorry, we can't all be arcane tricksters, like, ooh, with a disguise. Okay, so we'll take note of everything as we're leaving. But other than that, I think we're gonna try and rush back. But definitely once we get out, I would want to be stealthy, trying to, because I know there are guards around. We don't want to be followed.
Oh yeah, Sparks will also do stealth. And she will suggest to Bliss that instead of going to the Legion immediately, we detour to the market in case someone is following, to try to lose them there and basically return to our normal selves and look like we are coming from the market to the.
That is fair.
You just want to make sure you're not being followed.
Yeah.
Return to the Citadel.
Real quick, David, are you in chat still? If you are, can you help? Can you give a rundown of what's gone on with the Dragonborn to Griswold? I'd like to help him catch up, but I also need to focus on running the game, unfortunately. But I will have one of the mods kind of give you a rundown, help you out there.
It's been something.
It has been. The two of you make your way through the market, kind of taking the long way around before heading back to the Citadel, utilizing the crowds to mask your movements and your transformation back into your normal selves before returning home. And so, in the evening after their time at the Gilded Horn, all of the captains are able to convene once more. Silver meets the both of you as you come back in. Oh, I'm sure Gaz is going to want to debrief you on what went on after we lost communication. And I will tell you that nobody's really in agreement on what to do yet. Hopefully you can give us some information that'll help.
That's great. I gotta go back.
Yeah, she needs to go
Wait.
back.
Right now?
Yeah, so like Sparks,
Yeah.
kind of your disguise hat. I don't know if like what you are under that, but like.
Can you give me how much time has it passed since we came, like, on time for, like, on her time frame to her to return back? How late is right now? Like,
I mean, it's after dark. It's not like midnight-ish. It's probably closer to 9.
now, do you want to go back right now?
I mean, it's. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's gonna keep up a little bit long to wait for me. I don't know how long the fights are gonna be. We can probably, if I can meet with everyone quick and tell them like, hey, I got a date and a meeting. So like.
Worried about you going alone there, especially with that type of guy. I'm pretty sure you can knock him out.
Sparks, I'm pretty used to that type of guy.
I'm also worried about my hat. I'm not going to lie. of you losing my hat.
Listen, I'm not going to tell you how many articles of clothing I have lost, but it is your hat. I will be careful. I don't know why you need it. We can have that discussion later. But if we're going to meet with everyone, meet with them quick, because I don't want to miss this opportunity to have a meeting with Lady Long.
Okay, you lose this hat. I'm discounting it 2 times its cost from your paycheck. Just saying.
Fair enough at this point.
Okay, so Sparks will she will go downstairs with the Dragonborn, and she will send ask Silver to go with her and give him the hat, and she can give the hat to Bliss.
Okay. If that's what you want to do, I got it.
Okay, I'm not sure about this, Silver, but we need to get an entrance to the place that is convoluted.
All right. What? How long do you plan to be gone?
That's a good question.
And
Richard, again, the bond.
I can only cast such a spell once a day with my current abilities.
Okay. Captain Trix, are you able to maybe check in every 15 minutes or so?
Yes, I can do that.
That sounds like the most reasonable course of action then. And Trix, you also mentioned that in regards to the Gilded Horn, you wouldn't need a tuft of his fur in order to contact him initially?
If I want to be friendly, I don't need anything extra.
Okay. Because that might be the best way to... For one thing, it might intimidate him and unnerve him a bit.
Second, it's a way of contacting him that we know cannot be sussed out by the actual members of the Claw.
Unless he tells them himself. And would easily sow suspicion in his own mind.
Before going downstairs, Sparks will give the hair to Trix and say, I almost had a hair attack trying to steal this. It's from the wizard. Make him suffer.
For the first time since the attack, Trix smiles.
That's
And it's just as unnerving as you think it is.
Like seeing H.P. Lovecraft smile. Just an expression that doesn't belong on his face, almost.
Oh, he will. I have to talk to a Minotaur first, though.
I really don't know who Bliss is more uncomfortable with, honestly. Between the bad guys and Trix.
Trix is the murderer that's on your side.
Yeah. She will also ask the guys not to tell Captain Hart, that she will deal with that later when her hat returns. But leave it to her.
Just a reminder, Sparks. If we can get him to help us attack, if he's willing to, we definitely could use the aid of him and his crew attacking this place.
Him and they're civilians that already help us enormously to their cost of their ships, their money, and their people. Why don't you put that thoughts of yours in a very better place, Trix?
Sparks, keep in mind that I'm sure Captain Card would want to get his own back at these people.
Oh, I agree that he will try to do that. But
Preacher,
I'm not going to
you said
use from
Trix.
people.
Oh, Sparks, sorry.
I'm not going to use him.
I
Just for
didn't say-
our benefit.
I would not want to use him. I would want to have his input and advice.
That's what Preacher was suggesting.
Preacher, you can sometimes have a little bit of a flaw in regards to how things come out. I just chalk that up as to your growing up here.
I mean, I grew up here and I didn't have the same experiences, so like...
Well, he also grew up in a different environment. I think he's filled me in a little bit in the past.
Well, whatever. So we're all good. We understand the plan. I'm gonna go in. Don't do anything until I get back, really, if possible. I mean, who knows?
We'll do our best.
I'm reluctant of letting you go today. Can you just not wait for tomorrow, trying to find him and go with a more
Sparks, I
slutty
swear I
outfit?
will keep your hat safe.
Okay. As Lieutenant Commander, I have to maybe ask a few questions. Going back there, this is gonna, what, ingratiate you further with these people?
Yes, I'm gonna kind of do trial run to become a member.
Do we, is this something is this a long game for us? Or are we were we trying to find a way in so that we can get in there and deal with these people?
It could be both, because this way, say we manage to infiltrate there tomorrow, and Lady Long and Thorazane manage to escape. Bliss's covert identity could be our way to keep in contact with them.
You were thinking farther ahead than me. My plan was just to see if I can get, because there's so much of that place that we couldn't scope out. We have no idea where their teleportation circle inside is or any of the additional passageways. I want to just make sure we have as much information before we go in. Which I think should be soon, because the clock can go fuck itself.
Well, that would be the short-term benefit. So there's gain to be had either way.
Okay.
So do what you can to ingratiate yourself, without promising overmuch.
Just I don't see why we cannot wait one day for me to go with you again. I like, if he's eager right now, you can always say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. My
What if
what I
they've
was
got
doing
another
took more
attack?
time." Yeah, what I was doing took more time than I was anticipating, and whatever, and just be more slotty to him. And
I have a feeling from your description that Lady Long might not be the patient type. Or the forgiving type, especially with those that are new.
Sparks, I think I'm going to be okay. It's not like I'm going to get in bed with a guy.
Although, that said, Captain Bliss, I would also advise maybe taking the alley rats with you to just stand covert watch outside.
Of course, I love those little guys that I know so much about.
I mean, you have 3 rare rats that are at your disposal.
Yeah, it's normal.
They're very useful for getting information.
That's true. I would like bring them inside and they can scope out the place. Like, I don't really know all what they can do.
I mean,
I'm not sure they could gain entry. It sounded from the sound of it, you had trouble gaining entry. And you had the direct invitation.
They're tiny rats, right?
No, were-rats, as
Oh.
in like humans.
Oh,
Yeah.
never mind.
a were-rat can shape change into a rat-humanoid hybrid or into a giant rat. So it is not a tiny
Either-
rat.
More subtle than a werewolf, but still not subtle.
I'm not even going to touch on the were rats right now, but that's okay.
For reference,
that be a
a
rat
giant
about the
rat
size
is
of a
still
terrier?
small. Just so you know, it is the size of like a halfling.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome.
Halfway laying down, though, not like tall.
They're like
Yeah.
rats, only dire.
Okay. Well, any
mean,
other
we might-
tidbit of
we-
information?
They might be able to scope out the sewer entrance fairly comfortably, but not much else.
That actually might not be a bad idea for one of them to do while the other two can watch. Or 2 of them to do was the other one stands watch.
should we give Bliss or Sending Stones? One of them.
I can cast sending.
Okay.
And we've got Captain Trix to...
Yeah, Trix has the long haul sending.
So Trix can check in on me. I will cast Sending only for emergencies, just in case I need spell slots for something else. And anything else, or am I good to go on my date?
Preacher, of course, being the older warrior of the group, will put that on you.
Death ward. Okay.
Nice.
That's fair.
Gaz has that built in.
So nice to be Gaz. So Sparks, if you want to go do your thing, and Silver, your Lieutenant Commander, you can get me the disguise hat then, and I can go.
Okay.
This is fine. It's fine.
And Gaz would probably head down with Sparks as well to get like a more full debriefing afterward. That way she's also, unless she wants to have time with the Dragonborn.
Silver will take the hat back to
before
Bliss.
before I give Silver the hat, I will like, is this sound such as a bad idea to use? It sounds to me.
There is definitely risk here, but I think the payoff could be rather great, both for intelligence and long term.
She seems to know her way of getting in and out, and having the hat of disguise gives her an extra edge to do so, but the idea of sending one of our own into a literal den of thieves by themselves doesn't sit well with me.
I was about to volunteer to go with her, but me wearing the hat of disguise even, it'd be a bit of a hard sell.
She needs the hat of disguise. That's the problem.
Like, the thing is, I can cast 3 times how to disguise myself, but I can do it only tomorrow, and I can give her the hat of disguise tomorrow too. So I don't like her going alone. That's it.
That's why we're doing everything we can to take precautions.
Okay.
How long does Death Ward last?
8 hours.
Okay.
I don't like that you had to ask that.
Silver.
No good DM lets you go without paranoia for a little bit.
Silver's gonna say, Gaz thinks it's a good idea, or Gaz thinks it's an idea that should be followed through on. Bliss seems fairly confident, and she offered the meeting for tonight with him, with Lady Long. So I think if she didn't show up, it'd be hard to have her show up along with you the next day.
It'd be potentially a bridge burned without meaning to.
It could be.
Fair enough. I will give them the hat, and I will. My homunculus will be with me, and I will give him the hat. And you will see my tiny golden dragon becoming a diadem on me, and she will just go where the dragonborns are. It's such a bad idea.
Silver will come back to Bliss with the hat.
And Sparks, do you wanting Gaz to stay down there for the debriefing, or do you want time with the Dragonborn?
Either or. I'm trying to honor myself by being myself, and I'm trying to make them understand our culture. I don't know if you can help me with that. I'm not having much luck.
Gaz could try and help, as best he can anyway. So yeah, we can spend our time doing that then. And I'll have Urag above ground with the others in case they have something that needs to be said.
What are Trix and Preacher going to be doing in the meantime as well?
Preacher will actually be discussing with Trix the particulars of how he should approach the Gilded Horn during the dream, and just like give him pointers on like what should be said, how and not to say. Basically, trying to give him a leg up and trying to convince him to turn on his subordinates. Basically, essentially, whatever social role you'd make during the dream sequence, he tried to give him enough to give him advantage.
Trix will be sitting in his room while Preacher talks at him. He'll be listening, but he's not really replying. He's only half paying attention, and he's clearly casting a ritual spell during the process.
I'm guessing he's focusing in on the newly acquired hair.
Oh no, I told Sparks a while ago that I was going to have a conversation with the leftover rats and ask them to leave.
Oh,
Ah,
gotcha.
Interesting.
So I'm casting Speak with Animals.
Okay.
And then after I cast Speak with Animals, I'm going to talk to them. And then after that, I'm going to try Dream again on our escaped prisoner to see if he's trying to sleep during the day. And I'm going to then cast the same horrific dream on him because I can light rest while it's going on. So I can try literally every hour if we have downtime to make sure that he never sleeps.
Oh, you're evil.
Oh, good God.
And I have scales from his escape.
Bliss, Silver, approaches you with the hat. He's kind of flipping it in his hands, not like tossing it in the air, but just kind of like spinning it in his hands, and walks up and says to you in a trying to be nonchalant but not really nonchalant way, you know, as Lieutenant Commander, I'm ordering you to come back alive, right?
Of course, and I would never disobey an order from Lieutenant Commander Silver.
You most certainly better not. I would hate to have to issue some disciplinary action against another captain. And he hands the hat over. Seriously, do not get caught or die.
I'll do my best. Don't worry. I gotta come back anyways and figure out what's up with Sparks and this damn hat.
I was waiting for Bliss to make that into a dirty joke.
I thought about it, but I literally was like,
Yeah, I followed up on it too swiftly. If we'd let that hang with the discipline thing.
Yeah, Sparks and the hat. That's something you're gonna have to talk to her about. I can't
That's
go
fine.
through with that.
That's alright. I understand that. But don't worry, Silver. I'll come back.
I'm sure you will. Because I ordered you to.
Of course. Of course. That's why. And when he does offer the hat, she will kind of like grab it, making sure like they do like have a little hand touch. Of course. And then she will give him like a little salute before she walks off.
She's gonna die. She's gonna die. She's gonna die. She's not gonna die. She better not
Urag
die.
pipes up. Oh, quit being a worry wart.
Silver will eye Urag. None of that to Gaz.
None of it was, don't worry.
Mm-hmm.
Magical talking animals. He marches away.
Are you even compatible?
What's that?
Urag just kind of mused. Are they even compatible?
Well, I mean, they're both tieflings. And
Oh, yeah, fair point. I didn't even think about that.
yeah, from Urag's perspective.
Okay, so Urag would be like, she seems like a decent mate.
Dating advice from Urag.
Urag the Wing Warg.
The wing warg. Oh, she's gonna get muzzled and put down. God damn it.
And then Gaz would summon her back the next day.
I know he would. Bliss, you head off to return to the Gilded Horn. Trix, you are casting your ritual while Preacher goes point by point through how exactly you should send the dream to the leader of the Gilded Horn, Sparks, and Sparks, you are down with the Dragonborn, who treat you with great honor and respect as you enter the submersible in your bluest of blues.
And
What's Preacher's passive insight?
18.
Okay, then at some point he notices that every 20 seconds or so, Trix nods.
Preacher will eventually finish up talking and I'll leave and just go to Trix. I'll leave you alone for now. Let me know after you talk to him, if possible. I'll still be awake.
I'll let everyone know. I wasn't planning on keeping it to myself.
Appreciate it, Captain. And Preacher will go back to his room and he's gonna he's gonna do something that he's actually not done before yet. Shush you. He's going to cast this.
Ooh, divination.
Yeah.
You ask a single question concerning a specific goal, event, or activity to occur within 7 days, and I offer you a truthful reply. The reply might be a short phrase, a cryptic rhyme, or an omen. The spell doesn't take into account any possible circumstances that might change the outcome, such as the casting of additional spells or the loss or gain of a companion. If you cast the spell 2 or more times before finishing your next long rest, there is a cumulative 25% chance for each casting after the first that you get a random reading. The GM makes this roll in secret. Okay. What is your question? Actually, describe how you go about casting this ritual. Because it says incense and a sacrificial offering appropriate to your religion, together with 25 gold worth of which the spell consumes. What is said sacrifice? Explain how you go about casting this spell.
The incense and sacrificial offering is a somewhat expensive flower called Morning Glory, which is often incorporated in certain symbols of Orad. And it's rare. It's rare enough that it's hard to get, but common enough that every single priest everywhere knows what it is. And he will lay it out on a table that he's kneeling before, and as he's chanting out the prayer, it will kind of burn like a white flame and then vanishes into nothingness as he finishes the incantation.
Okay. What is your question? As the incense and the flower burst into this fragrant flame, what question do you pose to Orad?
God damn it. Trying to figure out how to phrase this correctly that you'd be able to give a truthful answer. Can our captain successfully meet Lady Long and not die? He's just wondering if it's possible. Because this is basically him hedging his bets, because if there's no chance of success for her, he's going to send her a message to try and get her to stop.
Orad offers you a simple, short phrase in reply. She can. That's it. Those 2 words. She can.
And Preacher just bows and thanks to Orad.
Such little faith, guys.
The thing the Preacher that weighed on Preacher's mind the most is the fact that A, she's the closest descendant to Thundermaw, and B, we have no idea of how powerful her capabilities. We know a bit about the wizard and know that he's not one to be trifled with, but we know nothing about this person.
Mm-hmm.
I was just worried that Preacher was just worried that you go and meet her and she'd just be instantly able to see right through you.
Yeah, literal true sight, maybe.
Yeah.
And incidentally, Gaz would probably advise that you put the disguise on underneath as well. Just in case something happens with, like, say that one falters at all.
So using disguise kit underneath the hat of disguise?
Yes, redundancy.
Fair enough.
Redundant systems are always a good thing.
Okay.
If Gaz advised it, she'll do it.
Trix, you complete your casting of Speak with Animals.
I say in Rat, I know that you're in here. I wanted to have a discussion.
Okay, I have to run to the restroom again.
No worries. Don't worry, you don't have to declare it. You could just write me right back in the chat. You hear multiple voices as one respond to you from within the walls. What does it want?
I wanted to discuss what it would take to have you leave this area and move on to somewhere else.
We like it here, multiple voices say in response to you. As one. In Rat.
I understand. I like it here too. Some of my friends don't like having you here though, and I'd hate to see something bad happen to you.
You will not tell them.
They already know that you're here. I wanted to resolve this peacefully so that no one had to be hurt. You've done nothing wrong. There's no need to suffer.
We must stay.
It's unfortunate. I know the way to where the docks are. Imagine the food that comes in on those. Oh, you'd be so full, but I suppose the grain here is fine.
persuasion roll.
I
I
made
will
the
have
roll.
a response.
Sorry.
Yeah, I see the roll.
Okay.
Mm, you're trying to entice us to leave.
I am, but I do know where those docks are. And I find that your kind do far better at docks and areas with more hiding spots than in the walls of a decrepit fort.
We will consider this.
I thank you for considering it. How about as an offering, if I go to a room and talk loudly in front of it, could you perhaps just stay out of that one room as a sign of good faith? It is not where the grains are.
Which room?
You don't have to get close to me, but if one of you can follow me to confirm with the rest, I'll show you. And he leads them to Spark's room and says, stay out of this one, because she freaked out about the rats.
We will not enter the room.
You have my thanks.
We will consider the docks.
I will check back in from time to time. There is no rush, but unless I do something to myself, we are unable to speak.
didn't took her familiar to the thieves' den because she left the familiar hunting down the rats in the citadel. So they should have a better incentive now that there's a raven.
Your raven
Hunting
has
them
been
down.
hunting down the rats in the citadel. I need a
Yeah.
wisdom save from your raven.
I don't have. Will it be my wisdom save?
No,
or
it would
because
be
I don't
your
have-
raven's. So you can just look up. I'll just tell you what the bonus is. I'll look up a raven.
It's a +1.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay. I will tell you about your raven's time dealing with these rats, hunting them down.
Oh, after I finish my conversation with the rats, I write in my book, "Have you been captured yet?"
Good transition moment.
I will let Bliss. I will let you know when you receive that. Okay.
All right.
Your raven returns to you, Sparks, or when you come back within communication range of your raven lets you know that it went to hunt the rats, but then got very confused and started flying in circles for a while.
Why were you confused?
Your raven does not know. I don't know your raven's name, otherwise I would refer to it by the name.
Did I get? I don't remember if I gave him a name. I will think on the name.
So.
Yeah,
Okay.
I will think on the name.
But
Yeah.
yes, your familiar tells you that it was very confusing trying to hunt the rats.
Sparks is convinced that the rats are spies. No one could convince her otherwise from that. Like, okay, that's fine. Just keep an eye on them. I will be down with the other guys. Just make sure if you see one, just kill it or hunt it or make other ones know where it is so they can kill it.
Your familiar responds in the affirmative. Bliss, you return to the Gilded Horn, and the guard at the door sees you in the form, not that you came to the door in initially, but in the form of the redhead that you disguised yourself as, and asks what business you have here.
I have a meeting with Victor.
The guard nods. You hear... Your passive perception is 14? Right? 13 or 14?
13, yeah.
Okay. There's a bit of discussion between the two guards that you can't quite make out through the door, and then the door opens. They let you in, and they lead you to meet with Victor. Moving you through walls, that's easy to do. I'm going to move you through these halls to get
That's fine.
to Victor.
So excited.
Oh yeah. Should be super excited. Hold on, Foundry's being Foundry. One of the problems with maps like these is that if I click on a creature, it gives me their site. And so that makes things move much slower on the map.
Maybe you should just get a better computer.
I'm gonna murder you.
I say that knowing you upgraded like
I did.
even like 3 months ago. So I'm just joking.
So you can hit escape periodically as I move you through these halls. I just want you to be able to see the parts of the map that you can see once all this is said and done. So they lead you to Victor's quarters. Past a gang of ruffians into this room with a bearskin rug and
It's fine.
vicious Victor. He's totally not like laying on the bed with heart boxers and a rose in his teeth.
Of course you wouldn't.
He's not. He's actually not.
Well, he would have a rose in his teeth, probably.
You knock on the guard knocks on the door. Victor comes and opens it and kind of like bows and welcomes you to come in, and for a moment, so that you can discuss what is expected going forward. He moves to the table there and more wine. You said that was your drink of choice.
Yes, that sounds fantastic.
He pours a pair of glasses and offers you one.
She will take it and sip on it while she's looking around the room, like, oh, it's very, very nice quarters you have.
Thank you. I'm one of the few that get a room to myself. This is nothing compared to the lavish quarters of the lady, of course, but it is home.
Of course, I'm sure her quarters aren't far and are definitely very lavish.
So, you deal in information and getting to where you don't belong.
Correct.
What makes you say that you want to join us because we are the best. and that you were led to believe this by the rumors that travel throughout Grover. Is this... Oh, these rumors... Did anyone in particular speak them into your ear? What brought about your interest in the first place?
Do I know any of the names of the other thieves guilds in Grover?
Let's assume that you do. I don't have them off the top of my head for you, but let's assume that you do.
Okay, that's fine. I will drop one of the names. They mentioned someone mentioned a superior guild that they couldn't get involved in, and like I told you, I only like the best, and I only like working for the best.
Victor says in Thieves' Cant, and you've been doing this long.
She will reply in Thieves' Cant. My mother has roguish natures, so I followed in her footsteps.
Who was your mother?
I would prefer to get involved with your guild on my own hands, not based on who my mother was. If I get involved, I'd be happy to tell you.
So there is some renown in who she is.
You could say that.
So tell me, Sienna, how does my introduction to the lady become mutually beneficial?
She will look up from her wind, and she will kind of give him like a flirtatious gaze. Depends what you at when. I'm sure we can arrange something.
In Thieves' Cant, he says, It is unbecoming of our kind to be overt. I think subtlety is all that needs to be said.
Was that Thieves' Cant for I'm shy?
That's Thieves' Cant for don't make me say this out loud.
That's fair enough. I suppose we'll see how this meeting with Lady Long goes. I could be quite generous if need be.
And yet you get my hopes up even further. Tonight has been an intriguing evening for me. I won quite a bit of money and met someone who is both gifted and giving. Let us go meet the Lady Long, and then we can further discuss our relationship.
Of course.
You understand that, typically speaking, the one who sponsors your audition with the guild tends to be your handler until you become a part of our organization. You and I will get to work very closely together. I hope that doesn't make you uncomfortable.
I'm sure you can handle me quite well, Victor.
I need a performance roll from you.
It's fair. All right.
Oh my
Honestly, I was
god.
waiting for the
Dio
nap
in the
there.
Discord chat going nuts.
It's fine.
That's fine. Let's actually make a contested insight check on this.
Obviously, he's totally distracted by my stunning looks and attitude.
That's what the performance roll was for. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Actually, he rolled pretty well, but not that well. Not 21 well.
I am also visibly gagging, but it's fine.
I'm sorry. I needed to make the bad guy hateful.
That's
Skeevy.
yeah, you're good.
Please take none of this as me being.
You're fine.
this
Trust
is-
me, you're.
Hashtag cancel Mark.
Stop it. Shut your mouth, Adam.
It's okay. I can't wait to literally step on his balls.
Ooh.
How do you know that's not a thing?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Guys, no, he's getting murdered. That is not going to be his thing. He's going to get murdered.
He leads you out of this room to where those other to where there are other members of the guild playing cards and whatnot. And once he does, he locks the door behind him. I am just going to pull new tokens onto the map where I need to. Dio, why are you like this? Because Foundry is being slow. This map is just too much stuff.
It's such a good map, though.
It's so great. It's just got a million lights and a million walls. I may have to, like, cut this map into smaller pieces if we ever do a combat here, so that,
What do you mean if?
Oh, what do you mean? We are not letting these people go.
Why? What's wrong with them?
What's right with them? I think is the more pertinent, or probably the more easy to answer question.
How about the repeated assassination attempts?
I'm gonna buy
kinda
something with his horns.
Bliss, you are brought into this room. You can hit escape and you will find yourself.
Oh, hold on. It's making me. Okay, there we go.
Actually, I'm sorry. Yeah, it is going to be this room. It is going to be this room.
No, it's fine. My Foundry decided to refresh anyways, so.
Okay. And I will describe this room in the meantime. Victor leads you through the door near the double doors where the fighting pit was. But instead of taking you to the double doors, he knocks on the door to the immediate left of upon entering that hallway. Both Lady Long and the wizard are here in this room. Lady Long and Thorzane. There are also a pair of half-ogre guards standing in the room. At the door here. The lady is sitting in the chair, the single chair facing the fireplace, and the wizard stands by this area here, which happens to be kind of a standing bar. He's got a glass of wine in his hand, and Victor introduces you to Master Black Talon and Lady Long. This is... Well, I'll allow you to introduce yourself. She is interested in joining the guild.
Hello, my name is Sienna. It's nice to meet you guys, I guess.
The lady stands up. She is taller than she seems. Taller than you. And she steps forward and holds a hand out. As a noble would hold a hand out to a servant. To not a servant, but to a retainer. Kind of palm down, fingers folded forward.
She will shake her hand like as if a lower class was shaking, like how someone would respond in a situation
Sure.
like that.
Like take her hand and like bow towards it as if to kiss it, kind of a motion. One so proper. That is lovely to see. You know your way among the nobility.
I do.
I hope you don't take this rudely. We are happy that you have come with a desire to join us. We are always looking for those with talent. But we must be sure that your skill is true, and that though we may use our cunning to get around the world's truths, that only honesty and openness proceed amongst the guild. You will be tested before you can join us. You do understand?
Of course. I want to work for the best, so I know you only take the best. A test is completely understandable.
Please sit. Make yourself comfortable. Is there anything we can get for you?
I'm fine. Victor is taking quite good care of me.
She glances at Victor and then glances at you. Thank you, Victor. We will return her to you after we have discussed with her the job we have for her. You may go about your business. I believe there are still fights going on, and one in which you have a bet placed. He bows without saying much, glances at you, and then leaves the room.
Honestly, Bliss feels so much better.
Black Talon looks over at Lady Long and says, "He still gives me the creeps, that man. I'm glad that you dismissed him. I'm sure you are as well." He looks over to you, Bliss.
She'll just kind of look away like, yeah, we're not going to answer that.
You can relax, child, Lady Long says. There are some precautionary measures we need to take before we continue with our meeting. If you do not mind, the gentlemen here are going to come forward, and I would like you to give them any weapons that you may have on your person.
Oh, that's no problem. Understandable.
And the half-ogres step forward and hold their hands out to you.
She will give them up the 2 daggers, the rapier, and the whip.
They will take it and then go stand by the door, holding on to your items. As if they were just a pile of twigs. Secondly, if you wouldn't mind, my associate here, Master Blacktalon, is going to cast Detect Thoughts upon you with your permission.
That's fine, as long as he doesn't go poking around on too deep. There are some things that are best kept private between a girl and the other person involved.
We shall keep it to your surface thoughts. I assume you know how the spell affects individuals, based on what you've said.
I do.
Give us no reason to probe further, and we shall not. He will then cast Detect Thoughts on you. What brings you to the Gilded Horn?
To get involved with a powerful organization, of course.
Surface thought?
Her surface thought would be that getting in good with the Gilded Horn would be good for her.
Okay.
God. This is fine, Mark.
You're welcome. So is everybody else just sitting there in their seats squirming and sweating while I have this conversation with her? Do I need to cut to somebody else and relieve the tension? Should I get this over with?
I think get this over with.
Just question. So Trix is, did you get captured yet? Thought like.
Oh yeah. That would have come to you on your way to this meeting.
Okay, she would have responded, "I'm still good. Thanks for the faith."
And then you came into this room with this going on.
I'll check in.
And now the thoughts are so worse.
He says, "I'll check in a bit. You don't have to reply to that."
On the plus side, at least his message didn't come in as she was having this undergoing.
Yeah, but he's gonna check in eventually.
No, but the next one will, because you told me to check in on her.
I did say like every 15 minutes.
Have you been operating independently?
Yes, I'm trying to. And her surface thoughts is up until she would be thinking of like everyone she's worked with, which has mostly been through like taverns and like skeezy back jobs. Nothing like big.
And you're not with any of our competition, of course. None of our enemies have sent you here, or any of the houses?
She would be thinking immediately. So as soon as they mention the houses, she's immediately thinking how she hates the fucking nobles. I'm not a fan of the nobility in the city, as most people, I assume, are.
What do you know of us?
I know you have great influence in almost everywhere at this point.
You've heard of our operations in the other cities.
It's just rumors. I don't fully understand everything.
What is it you can do?
I know little magic, mostly through music. I have a skill of getting people to open up and talk to me and getting information where it's needed.
Are you currently employing those skills against us?
I try not to disclose past jobs, but seeing as I'm currently seeking your employment, I think you understand where I'm at.
Your surface thoughts?
Her surface thoughts, she would be kind of like, shit, like, these people are intense. Like, oh, she's kind of low-key freaking out in her thoughts, but trying to keep it cool.
Black Talon will tell Lady Long she was very uncomfortable with that question. She's trying to keep her cool, but she feels our questioning is quite intense. Lady Long will ask, is there anything you're not telling us?
I mean, it's not like I'm telling you my date of birth and a bunch of other information that I feel is not important for this interview.
You're quite skilled at dodging questions. That is something that is quite a talent. One that we would be happy to employ. Tell me, are you opposed to work that might involve violence?
I am a girl who does what she must. Violence isn't my favorite form, but the main thing I care about is survival and making sure that I have a good sack of coin when I'm finished with what I do.
Should we were we to drop you into a place, say through teleportation, would you be able to get yourself out? Or would you need to be retrieved?
At this skill level, I would need to be retrieved, but I hope to improve my skills that assistance wouldn't be necessary.
We do have a job that would be available for someone who is looking to join our organization. There is a pirate captain in the city, a smuggler captain. If you could ingratiate yourself with his crew and make your way back here on a regular basis to inform us of his comings and goings and where his crew is located, at least for a short time, it would go a long way in building trust between us.
That definitely sounds
How
like a
hard
doable
is it for you to not think of Card? Be honest.
Be honest, I feel like she would, but I'm trying to think on what her skill level is of like how to.
Could be a deception roll.
Because I'm trying, like Bliss is actively trying.
He's reading her surface thoughts, so if she the problem is if she's thinking on the surface, crap, or
she would honestly, she would think of Captain Carr.
There's no way she wouldn't think. No way she wouldn't think, because even if her surface thought was, I have to not think of Captain Card, like
it's the pink elephant's problem.
Yes, it's the pink elephant problem.
Also, I mean, she's been in the city for so long, she probably knows a bunch of other smuggler captains she could think of.
That's what I was thinking of too.
Sure, but that's like
Captain Card would be the first one with what just happened earlier today. But she knows she's thinking of that once she tells her the job. Well, Lady Long, this might be easier than you thought. I've actually already entwined with some smuggler captains, so if you just tell me who, maybe we're thinking of the same person.
Black Talon says She is thinking of the captain that we are asking about. So she does in fact know him. Smooth.
You sleep with some crew members, you know. You just meet the captain occasionally.
Meet the captain. Estio turns green for no reason. Sparks.
Well, then consider this the contract. Every few days, let's say 3, you will report here with what you have learned. Actually, no. She doesn't say that. Let me backtrack as the DM. That was a mistake. Lady Long tells you, every 3 days, you will meet Victor in this tavern and pass along any information that you have gathered. And she holds out a business card, like piece of vellum to you.
I will take the card. It's fine.
And you'll report on what you've learned. Report on something useful, and there will be payment for you in the process. In a few weeks, we will assess how well you've done and determine if you are ready to move into a more active role within the guild. For now, information dealings will be good.
That sounds fair. Is there any particular information you're looking to get?
What do you know of the Phoenix Legion?
They
Thoughts immediately come to Bliss's mind?
immediately it would probably be her. She would think of the Citadel, and
She's
like to,
she's aware of them. She's been inside of the Citadel. Lady Long eyes you. What were you doing in there? If your thoughts are, I have to come up with a lie.
no, our thoughts would immediately probably go to, because the reason she originally joined was because of Broker and like the spy network. So she would think of like the money and the influence coming within like that setting. So she would probably be thinking of like the spy network.
She's thinking of their spy network. Were you trying to get into their spy network?
If whatever job was given my way, though, honestly, the Legion is a little lackluster.
Thoughts?
They're fucking crazy.
Okay.
I'm not even lying.
I know that is. I know that's the truth. It's fine. So you... Well, let us see how these things go. She's a little more guarded and suspicious.
That's fair.
When she says that. One of my gentlemen here will escort you out, along with your things. You have the meeting spot. Your first meeting will be in 3 days. Let us say, just after sunset.
Of course, I can't wait to meet Victor again.
I'm sure you can't.
What was the surface level thought there?
Yeah.
I don't even think I need to say it.
She is very uncomfortable with this arrangement. Well, if you can continue to lead him on while being very uncomfortable with him, that will be a testimony to your skills as well.
Yeah, I'd say.
Good luck to you. I should warn you, considering some of the surface thoughts that we discovered, if this is a ploy of some kind, they'll never find you.
It's alright, my lady. There's one thing I care about, and that's my survival. I have no intentions of crossing you. And of getting herself killed is like her thought. Like, I'm not dying anytime soon.
Okay. One of the half ogres will lead you out, and you can he leads you out of the building itself. He does not lead you back to Victor.
Yep, that's fine. I assumed.
But he leads you to leave and lets you out of the building.
She'll do the similar get around where she's going to pretend to be going somewhere else and then drop the disguise and return.
That's what I thought.
Actually, at this point, Trix will check in again.
Yeah, at some point Trix would have checked in. Do me a favor and roll a percentile die.
Freaking I swear to God.
I don't care who rolls it. Just somebody roll it. Okay. That's fine.
21 for Bliss. Yep,
I got it. We're good. Okay. As you're leaving the building, following the ogre, this happens. Trix, you can check in with her.
What's the update on your captured status? Still not captured?
I swear I cannot even. I'm still okay? ? Be back soon.
Good to hear.
Captain Bliss.
Maybe you were the right pick for broker.
Captain Bliss makes her way back to the Citadel. And with some information, and hoping that none of her thoughts truly betrayed her, we will end with that tonight.
I'm thinking maybe Bliss should get an inspiration for that entire thing.
Absolutely, I agree.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I freaking detect thoughts. I swear to God.
I also want to give Trix inspiration for the conversation with the rats. I thought that it was very well done. I appreciated it quite a bit.
Especially in relation to Sparks' room.
Yes.
This is where I would put my inspiration point if I didn't already have one.
I'm familiar with that. That's why I traded it off to Sparks for that role.
Well, let's share some favorite moments for tonight, and start. Pat.
Pretty sure she would have tripped that immediately.
Oh my God.
But I don't think it would have surprised them whatsoever. I mean, she was pretty overt with her interest in Victor.
It's quite clear.
I will say that I think that your the way that you handled having detect thoughts on you, like obviously Bliss was aware that he was reading her surface thoughts, and the way that you handled the pitfalls I thought was plausible. So I appreciated the handling of that. But anyway, favorite moments around the table. Let's start actually with Stu tonight. Favorite Gaz moment. There were not many, I know. This was the opposite of last week. Last week was a lot more centered on Gaz, Trix, and Preacher, and this week was a little more centered on Sparks and Bliss. So,
honestly, probably trading my inspiration point to Sparks, and that enabling her to get the hair undetected.
Fair.
And then probably for someone else, Preacher, because of he's still very much in. Like, being in Grover, he's kind of in that transactional mindset again.
Mm-hmm.
Like, seeing people as, like, how can they be useful to me? But that was how he was raised in Grover, to see everything.
It is a zero-sum game. You would either use people or get used by people. There is
When you die.
Yeah, there is no in-between in Grover.
I'm starting to think that that it should have been Gaz to pick up Merwin's staff and not Preacher.
Yeah.
Well, no, Preacher did have, he wants to protect those that are dear to him.
I understand.
He wasn't lying about that.
I'm not saying that he's not. There is a difference between being good and being altruistic, right? Preacher has too much of Grover in him, I think, to be completely altruistic. That's just my thought process in that.
I mean, you want to retcon that at a later date?
It's
Fine
too
by
late.
me, but
Too late. And there's always the idea that Preacher sees himself as being altruistic, but perhaps the people around him see him as being more Groverian than he realizes.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would call him self-serving or anything.
No.
But it's definitely he has his priorities.
His priority is keeping the Legion safe, but the way there is an ends justify the means nature that comes about from a Machiavellian society, and Preacher has a little bit of that going on at times.
And quite literally, that's all he's ever known.
That's all he's ever known.
Yeah, like I said, that's why, that really reflects in how the character is being played.
Yep,
which is commendable.
It does. It does. Absolutely. Dio, favorite Sparks moment?
Most of my plans were just destroyed by that barrier that you put on. I was hoping it was a little bit further away. But favorite moment will be going around and trying to stealth by acquiring other people's spaces. And basically just trying to stealth around the Thieves Guild. And my favorite moment for other people, it will be when I gave the hair to Trix and he basically became even more scary.
We're going to be opening up with the dream sequence that Trix has planned for him next week. So,
actually, should we start off with the Gilded Horn meeting first and then transition into the Nightmare? This is how pleasant these can go, and this is how badly they can go.
Adam, favorite Trix moment tonight? You're muted.
I enjoyed that I decided Trix just hates humans and had a very lovely and kind chat with the rats living in the Citadel. And legitimately wanted to help them without bloodshed.
I imagine with Trix's skill set and being in prison, he would have gotten very friendly with those rats too.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah.
Might even have been able to smuggle him in stuff.
I mean, he has no problem with the rats in his room, but he realized that Sparks freaked out about the rats in her room. So at least he can do is keep the rats from getting killed if they have to stay.
Yep. Yeah, I appreciated that entire scenario. Favorite moment for another character?
I really liked just that whole encounter with Lady Long and Thorazane that Bliss had. And that's why I also had Trix in character at the end say something along the lines of maybe Broker was right to promote you. Because in his mind, that was a good test case for why she should be a captain.
Right. Yeah.
Funny enough, I think that's more challenge than Broker ever faced, like, on his own. At least that we ever saw firsthand, I should
Yeah.
say.
Right, plus
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
better.
John, favorite preacher moment tonight?
I'm gonna just actually go with him just like casting Death Ward on Bliss because aside from everything else that goes on with him, like as you said, being transactional, he cares about the people he works with, and he doesn't want them to die.
Yep. I will say. I have favorite moments for everybody. Once everyone goes through, I'll give mine. Actually.
And for my favorite moment, the look of frustration on that Dio had give to Sparks when she realized that there's nothing she could do to save Kara's crew. Just that it's like
This city.
Such a feels bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
This city is making Sparks so unhappy.
I mean, I was half tempted that Preacher just like come up to her afterwards and it's like, so is there how goes the education of what reality is like here?
Otherwise, yeah.
But I think Sparks would have smacked him for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it will have been PvP. I can assure you, it will have been PvP.
Emmy, favorite Bliss moment?
Honestly, I think I have to agree. The conversation with Lady Long and having to think of like Bliss's detect thoughts, like I'm being honest about it, which is like so difficult as a player to be like, I don't want to screw my character over, but this is actually what she would be thinking. First time I had that spell ever cast on me, so it was fun. It was intense.
Oh, you've been christened now. Congratulations.
But yeah, I definitely enjoyed that moment. It was, as a player, I was squirming and it was awful, but it was fun.
I will tell you that as a DM, I have to deal with players casting detect thoughts on NPCs all the fucking time, so I was very happy to get to do that to someone else.
I'm sure.
Son of Truth at least has the wiggle room. You know, the metaphorically true.
And for someone else?
I think, all of the interactions between Bliss and Sparks since they went on their girls' adventure, I've enjoyed immensely. Specifically the moment where Bliss was like, I need your hat. And she's just like, I don't want you to go. Not because, I'm slightly concerned for your life, but, like, don't lose the hat. And, like, that was the main concern.
Well, in fairness, you could escape with your life, but wind up losing the hat.
Yes.
Or possibly, like, use that as a means to essentially disguise yourself otherwise.
My favorite moment for role-playing tonight was trying to make sure that Ricaro and Victor seemed like different people in that brief scenario, and so having to think of like a like a personality trait for each to make them seem unique individuals. And so that was, I feel like I hit that goal. So
Yeah, and the lecherous side with Victor wouldn't have come out in his interaction with Gaz's disguise. Because,
No.
guy, so why would it?
So yeah, that was fun to do. I have moments for everyone. For actually, Stu, my favorite role playing moment for you was you being Urag for that brief few minutes.
That.
And
The mate comment.
Dio, my favorite moment for you tonight was the resignation that Sparks had with like the fact that she had to go present herself to the Dragonborn as herself again and trying to cope with having to do that while knowing that her hat was out there in the world. I enjoyed the squirming in that scene. Adam, like I said, the interaction with the rats was really great. It was super great, and your description of how Trix was dealing with Preacher, like talking at him, was also very in character, and I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I mean, John messaged me the gist of what he said, and Trix will definitely do half of it. And to John, he's going to do the first half. That second half's not getting mentioned. I'm not going in there to play hardball and threatening the dude.
Fair enough.
And then,
You can always do that later.
John, my favorite Preacher moment was actually you casting divination and your description, and then and that was very good.
Yeah.
The flower, thinking of the flower and stuff, I like that. And then for
I was literally seat of my pants improvisation.
yeah,
Like,
that I know it was great. It was great improv. I appreciated it. And then for Emmy, just watching you squirm all night was fantastic. It was super enjoyable. And the more you did, the more I just wanted to make it worse.
Flying by the seat of her pants.
Not enough to do it just on Wednesday. It had to happen on Monday too.
Yes. You just make it so easy. Oh, God. Well, guys, I had a fantastic time. I hope those of you who watched enjoyed, and those of you playing had fun this week. And next week we'll see what you get into. In any event, we will set up a raid. But otherwise, like I said, thanks for watching, everybody.
Good night, folks.
Real quick, I do want to also say, if you find value in what we do, this has been one of my primary sources of income since the pandemic has gone down, and it is supported by the players and the viewers out there. My ability to run these games and provide these things for the players and for all of you at home is predicated on the fact that there are people who subscribe and who are patrons to the channel. And if you find any value in this, if you enjoy it, if you would consider joining our Patreon, we have a $1 tier. Even that $1 a month helps to make it so that I can continue to run these games. It has been a lifelong dream of mine to be able to create content for role-playing games, and getting to do that is pretty amazing. And your support, both as viewers and as patrons and subscribers, is what lets me be able to do that. And so both a incredibly grateful thank you for the generosity of people who have been out there supporting us since the beginning. It is mind-blowing how much support we get, and it's appreciated. And again, if you find value, consider throwing us $1. It helps, goes a long way. But anyway, we're gonna go raid somebody else and show them love. And thank you for listening to that. We'll see you soon.
Night.
Take it easy.